Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Nikki, also known as Whoa, You Have Arms, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everybody, it's so wonderful to see you all today. My name is Jay, and I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Rune. And how'd you like my Gerona?
Hi, I'm Navers. I play Quinn Kelly, the Ragwest Children of Gaia.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben. I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champagne. Tired of this grandpa, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen the Philodox. Yep.
And we are back. It's been a very, very long 2 weeks off. So let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last we met, we saw Delphine and Spud have a reunion of sorts where Delphine was very much on guard being around her former drug dealer. But after some conversation and some hashing out, Delphine got to know a little bit more about what it is like to be the individual known as Spud and the loneliness that comes with it. And maybe they did in fact have a friendship after all. We then saw Quinn scouting through Ebor after hearing about a protest that was forming further into the city. When they went to go discover this protest, they noticed that things were a little bit off about the protest, that there was some music that was causing the individuals in the protest to start to get riled up. They met a very strange and interesting individual that seemed to have a fur-lined coat that they were wearing, even though it's been 90 degrees or so outside during the daytime. Very suspicious indeed. After that, Quinn managed to get the protest broken up before it turned into an all-out riot by calling in the police to do so. We then saw Forged meet with Skeeter to get the 411 from their rat companion, but they also ended up getting into a philosophical discussion of their own about vampires and whether they can coexist with Guru or not, and maybe a way to make it so that they don't become the bloodthirsty monsters that they always end up being. And then finally, Raymond and Anna Pelfrey were able to purge Matthias of the spirit known as Hashigat. However, Raymond has now become the host of Hashigat, but because of his strength of will and mind in that moment, he is able to keep the worm spirit contained. But for how long? We'll just have to wait and see. Needless to say, there have been some very, very interesting developments in the Tampaverse, so let's get everybody caught up as to what those developments are as our story begins with a meeting of the Sept leader and the Pack leader. Delphine, it's been a difficult few weeks with the absence of your mentor, the absence of the leadership of the Sept. But somehow you've managed to keep everything together. The cigar factory is coming along nicely. In fact, it's turned into a livable space, and it continues to grow as you make your way along the road to actually opening the cairn within the factory itself. There have been some dealings with the cult of Fenris, but hostilities have been ceased for the time being due to your efforts of trying to appease them, and an arrangement that gave you 60 days to destroy the castle or the denizens within before the cult of Fenris would help themselves to the city of Ybor once more. And then there's the riots. Now, you've had a little bit of insight into what's been going on with that, but it hasn't exactly come knocking at your doorstep, and you've been primarily focused on the events happening in and around Ybor. Little do you know, there is some very, very bad news incoming. So Aspen, having returned to Tampa from Vermont, you go to meet with the pack leader of the Hellhounds to get the update on everything that they have been up to, but also to deliver some news of your own. So our scene begins in that very same cigar factory in a sitting area that has been set up with a nice plush couch and some end tables. It's actually pretty cozy and comfortable as opposed to the last time Aspen came by this place. But as the two of you come together, already in tow with Aspen as emotional support, but also prepared for any fallout from this particular news, the scene is yours.
Delphine would have gotten some drinks, like bottled water, ready for them, having known they were coming in, and after they had would have settled in and gotten to the space where they were going to have this talk, she would have handed Artie a big bag rather that has a crochet blanket with 180 granny squares for him, and hands it to him, just being like, you missed our 6 month.
Oh, just really sweet. I'm sorry I haven't gotten you anything yet, but I promise you there is something great coming. It's been a time.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are back, though.
It's really nice to be back. It's a place looks really good.
She looks around. Yeah, it's been a group effort. Jordan has been invaluable in getting all of the major repairs done, and Ray's been helping him a lot with that. Quinn and Forged have also just been doing what they can, replacing windows, helping put up drywall, cleaning up. Me and Forge had to argue about the "fuck the police" graffiti, but I agreed to leave it.
Well, that's it's very the Hellhounds, so I guess it fits. How have you all been in our absence?
It was rough when you guys left. The cult almost immediately started coming into our space. They knew you had left. They knew you were gone. They knew exactly who had gone with you as well. And it was alarming that they knew so much so quickly. Willow got taken at one point because that Rook of Iron Bells from the Vermont SEP, he showed up and made a deal with them to have them take her. Apparently he was her uncle.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he left his and Quinn's initial sept care, and ultimately Willow made the decision herself to go back with him because they are going to be protecting their birth pack. It's a pack of wild wolves, and they're just going to be taking them up north to go deep into the wilderness where they can be safe. But while that was all happening, Quinn got a hold of some willow tree that they were being very protective over, that we have had to hide in here since. Ethan had to be our temporary hostage while the rest of the cult, and I know you told us not to get involved with them or to get into any confrontation with the leeches, but they were going to start a fight with us in the middle of a residential area, and I had no choice. So Quinn had to go with them to go deal with the university. Quinn assures me that he wasn't seen, and he eliminated cameras as they went. He destroyed an entire library, he says, of books about werewolves that they had and how to kill us and stuff. You'll have to meet with him. He knows more of the details about that. He can give you an entire debriefing on the university job if you need one. I'm sure there's a report too at the cairn that Jace or Izzy can give you. Very thorough with reports. You'd actually be very impressed.
I've got some of the information of what's going on. It was all a bit, there's a lot of information thrown out all at once, so maybe I will meet with them and see what their thoughts are on the whole thing. More of a personal understanding of what was going on with that. As far as the Fenris goes, the cult, you guys are taking care of that okay?
That's where we're hitting a little bit of a snag. I made an agreement with Ethan. He was adamant that the castle was going to be next. We've made Ybor our home now. This is where our cairn's going to be. It's our responsibility to keep this area safe. And I can't in good conscience allow the cult of Fenris to do what they do here. This place is full of innocent people that could get hurt. And they were going to hit the castle next. I couldn't let them do that. So I told Ethan that the castle was going to be our problem to deal with. I didn't give him specifics on how, but he says he's told me that if it wasn't dealt with in 60 days, that they were going to come regardless.
Aspen looks down, kind of rubs the side of her forehead, looks at Artie, then looks back at Delphine. Okay. That gets tricky though, with the truce.
I didn't say how we were going to deal with it, but Forge did go speak with the Ratkin recently. And Skeeter and him discussed the potential of utilizing the new friends that you guys made. Well, not friends, but ones in the gray area.
She continues to bite at the corner of her lip. It's an option. It's definitely something I could talk to them about. I have a lot that I need to talk to them about. There is a lot going on, Delphine. A lot that we've found out since we've been gone. She kind of just glances at Artie a couple of times. Vermont was a lot more than we bargained for. And before we left, the reason we left was because we were hoping to help the king, but before any of that could happen, Black Spiral Dancers showed up and killed most of that sept.
Just like in hell.
Yeah, but they killed the king. Do you know of the last battle? Have you heard those stories?
She sighs. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to keep Galliards in this pack very well.
There's one. Their name is Jijax. And they were there. And they overwhelmed all of us, and the best we could do was get away with as many people as we possibly could. And now we have a few with us at the cairn. But the Black Spirals, they're planning something big, and they have already started, which means they're 1,000 steps ahead of us. So a lot of the stuff that we have going on here is small in comparison, and I know that's not a great thing to hear.
Delphine frowns, but she doesn't look too surprised. She sighs a little bit and nods. I figured that they weren't going to stop with Hell, and then Ember gave Willow, before Willow left, vision. I think this was around the time that you guys had left Vermont, but she gave Willow a vision that there was a darkness coming. So it lines up a little bit. Well,
she kind of avoids making eye contact with Delphine for a few moments. Charles didn't make it out.
she's stunned at hearing that and is just staring. And it's like the tinnitus sound, like that shell shock sound a little bit, ringing in her ear a little bit, like she's not wanting to process what was just said. Furrows her brow after a moment and then just shakes her head. No, he's one of the strongest Arun.
She's a lot stronger, and We brought him back here. But he wasn't able to get away.
When the house had been ambushed, we were trying to gather as many as we could as we escaped, but there was fighting happening inside and outside and all around the manor. And once we finally made it out the front doors and were ready to flee the cairn, Charles was covering our escape, and Zizek showed up and killed him. He is one of the strongest, but he had been fending off dozens of dancers to help give us an escape, and she took advantage of that.
Her eyes are starting to get glassy now, and she swallows around the lump forming in her throat. Is Jester okay?
Physically, she's okay, and physically, everyone else is okay.
Unfortunately, from the sounds of it, it's a little bit more complicated than that, though. From what Eliza said, Charles's spirit hasn't returned to the cairn yet.
He was bound to it, though. Is that normal?
No.
But we have people looking into it, trying to figure out the disconnect. And hopefully we can figure that out soon.
Let me help. I can see the dead. With my gifts, I'm able to see it. I can see them, speak to them. I can even go into the Shadowlands if we need to.
I'm sure Jace and Eliza are going to be in touch. They're going to need all the help they can get from all the theurges. So I assure you, you will be called upon without a doubt. We're trying to figure out what comes next. And in order to do that, we all need to take this hit and grieve before we're going to be able to do anything moving forward. So you know, I'm here for you. I'm back. And I'm here for everyone else in the pack, because I'm sure this is going to hit everyone differently. And just know that I'm here to talk to you, to answer any questions anyone may have had about what happened, having been there firsthand. And we'll find a way through. That's all we can do.
You have to leave him?
Like I said, we brought him back physically.
He's at the cairn, if you would like to visit him. He's under the watchful eye of the North Country Protectorate's Keeper of the Dead, someone by the name of Brother Tomas Varga. He is a theurge as well, and he has been able to heal the damage that was done to Charles's body, though it is still a pretty difficult thing to look upon. But if you would like to visit, you can.
She nods and wipes at her cheek a little bit. Hearing the name of an unfamiliar person, she sniffs and asks, "How many were you able to save up there?"
4. 5. She kind of looks over at Artie. It was all we could do to get as many of them out as possible. So Brother Varga is taking care of Charles. There's a Ghislaine, Elias, a young girl they called Mari.
Charles mentioned her.
We were able to get her out as well. Katerina, Iron Oath's daughter, and his wife Anastasia.
Are they staying?
I'm not exactly sure what all of their plans are moving forward, but for the foreseeable future, at least the short foreseeable future, they're going to be here, and we're going to help them the best we can.
She clears her throat again, just trying to keep herself composed. Just hearing all of this stuff, that little ringing is still in the back of her head. And she'll nod. If you guys need any help with that, it's not all completely done yet, but we have room here. And there are some houses there's some houses that are rentable beside the factory as well.
I'll let them know, but that's not something you have to worry about. We've got housing for them at the cairn for now, and as we get them settled, we'll see what they all need and want moving forward.
I believe Charles also owns the apartment building that he and Jester lived in, so it's possible if there's any empty apartments there, they could be settled there. But again, as Aspen said, this isn't something you need to concern yourself with. It's likely you're going to cross paths with these new arrivals, and depending on where you are in your process, you may think harshly of them, since Charles was drawn up there by them. I'm going to say this, and it's probably going to take a moment to sink in, but don't forget that they lost something too. Some might say they lost everything. So if you can, try to practice some compassion with them. Your anger is understandable, and when it comes, come find me.
At this, she just looks confused because, as far as she's aware, the Black Spiral dancers are the only ones she should be mad at. So she's confused and looks visibly confused despite the glassiness in her eyes, and just, why would we be angry at them?
Just if it was any feelings because of the reason Charles was brought down there, and in a way it can be perceived that it was the cause of all of us being there. I understand some people may feel that way, and we just don't want anyone, us and them included, to feel responsible for what happened, because it was the Black Spiral dancers.
Black Spiral dancers were going to attack regardless of if you were there or not.
Yes, but Charles would still be here if he wasn't. And this isn't just for you, but for members of your pack as well. Because there are going to be a variety of feelings coming from this news. And I have a feeling at least one of them could have a potentially violent and explosive reaction to finding this news out. Can't say for sure, but best to be prepared for anything.
I honestly think that Forged is going to be more upset than angry. He'll deny it left and right, but I know he looked up to Charles.
I hope that's the case, but there are stages to grief, and one of them is anger. And we're all going to encounter it in our own way, eventually. And those who have been taught physicality is the answer to their problems may seek someone to take out that anger on, and we are in no position for a direct assault on the dancers at this moment.
Then what do we do now? What is the plan going forward?
We need to button up what's going on here. And I know after such a blow, it's hard to get back into, to put the pieces back together, but these riots need to be taken care of. Fenris needs to be taken care of. We can't tiptoe around them anymore. We've got to figure that out, and quickly.
Ethan and Plato are the problem. Ethan more than Plato. Victoria and Kyle, they're a problem. But I don't know enough about the rest of the cult to warrant whether or not they're a problem or not. Some of them are just following orders. They don't know any differently.
Well, we have a few ideas and strategies. I believe that if the leadership is nullified, then the others will scatter or move on. But there is also the possibility that we tell them about the threat to the north, and perhaps that'll be enough to divert their attention elsewhere. Eliza seems confident that she can make one last plea to Plato to try and take care of the situation as best as possible to try and get them to move on or to change their ways. But she is determined that if this plea doesn't work, then other actions will have to be taken. Possibly something more physical.
No, you need to kill Ethan. That's not something that you can leave. He needs to die.
You all are more acquainted with him, is that right?
I shook his hand right before he left. And I used my gifts to see. And I saw nothing. All I felt was falling in darkness. Nothing else. That man is just wanting to burn everything in front of him and does not care about the chaos he will leave behind.
Maybe it's a good idea to get with your pack, filter through what you know about him, what you figured out about him, and find his weaknesses, find a way to get him to leave, to get rid of him, whatever needs to happen. But this needs to happen because we can't sit around and let them play in our territory anymore. There's bigger things now.
Another thing to consider is if there is a war coming, we're going to need all the help we can get. And if Ethan is removed from the equation, maybe the others will be more amicable to a different tactic. But I agree with Aspen. He needs to be removed, and we need all of you with your knowledge of him and your familiarity with him to make that happen.
Orch has been itching for a fight, so yeah. He's still mad that I wouldn't let him go to the university.
The only thing I would caution is if you are going to try something, it might be best to do covertly. Do it in front of them is to fuel their fire, and he is clearly more than willing to be a martyr for this purpose if it means others join his way of thinking. So if you're going to do it, which you should try to get him alone. Try to get him away from the others so that they aren't given a cause to fall behind because of what you've done.
She'll nod. We can do that. I'll have to think about it on how to do it, but we can do it.
Well, you have a little bit of time. We're going to try and help Eliza in her plea to Plato, and if that fails, then you will have the green light to go.
We don't have a lot of time in regards to Ebor. The sooner we can get this done, the better. And if you are going to if you are open to the idea of the leeches dealing with the castle, if you can involve me as much as possible, I'd appreciate it. I want to know I know you have some agreement with them, but I'm hesitant about their movements in Ebor.
I know this is a place you guys all hold dearly. So any information that I get or anything that I could get them to move on, I will let you know in regards to the castle. So you're not kept unaware. I do have a request that anyone in your pack reach out to Seps they know and tell them about the Black Spiral Dancers and what's coming, because we can't be the only ones that know. Everybody needs to know, as many people as we can reach out to. It's a war. We can't be the only ones fighting it.
And based off of the proximity of Quinn's old sept, they are likely going to be next, if it hasn't happened already.
I'll let Quinn know. He's in my pack. He's the only one. Other than she just paused. I don't know if Terrence would be considered part of our pack or not, but Quinn's the only one that has any ties to other seps. Everyone that me, Forged, and Ray knew is gone.
I can't speak for Terrence, but I think the elders and leadership would agree that he is considered part of your pack for these purposes.
I agree.
Okay. Do you need us, other than the riots, do you need us to do anything to help?
Any way you can get to figure out the Ethan situation. Any information on the riots. It sounds like Quinn has some unique knowledge. And just making sure that defenses are up, that you're not going it alone, any of you.
She'll nod and look around. I know you guys have a lot on your plate, but this needs to get done here too soon. Sooner rather than later.
And Jester is warder now, so anything you need from that standpoint, feel free to reach out to anyone and everyone you need to make sure that you're getting what you're needing moving forward.
Okay.
Also, since we do have these new arrivals, I would stress to your pack to make them feel as welcome as possible, because they may be allies to be gained, but they could easily be lost if they are felt like outcasts in any way. Again, they lost a lot, everything, because of this, and they are unmoored, looking for a home. And if we make this place seem like home, our nation grows, and the success of the building of this cairn gets even greater.
They're all silver fangs.
4 silver
Yes.
fangs and a Ghislaine, yes.
I'll have Quinn go introduce himself first. He's more familiar with nation protocol and stuff. He'd be the best one to approach them first and start working on that relation. Ray will likely be very polite as well. Forge will take some work, but we'll ease him into it.
Absolutely. And if you do need to reach out to them, I know that they also are here trying to get what semblance of what they have back together. But Katerina is, well, she's a really good warrior. She's a great fighter. We have the two Theurges. We have Brother Varga. He's one that I would definitely reach out to. And Elias is very educated on the politics and things of Guru, if you need help in that nature. The other is quite young. She's very young, but she seems eager to have a purpose. So maybe making her feel welcome and comfortable and having her feel like she's a part of something might be helpful for her.
Whenever we make a time to open the cairn, maybe they could come. We can invite them.
I think that's a great idea.
We're also going to be sending messages to as many seps as we can get a hold of to warn them of what's happening, to hopefully get all of us on the same page of what the real threat is. Depending on the success of that, we may have more refugees coming in, which means that we could help bolster our defenses, try and strengthen this place, possibly more cairns, but right now we're going to focus on these two.
I'll nod. And she'll pause after a moment and then just ask the one question that's been nagging her ever since she heard that Charles died. When the Black Spirals attacked the Hell Sept and the Wisconsin Sept and the Ohio Sept, they said that someone was going around skinning the Guru. Is that how he died?
Do you really want to know that information, Delphine?
I need to know how many people that person has taken from us. She already took Red away from Ray.
Zizek has a whip of some sort. And yes, that's what happened.
She's quiet and just nods.
For whatever comfort it's worth, it was quick, almost instantaneous. There wasn't suffering or a great deal of pain. He was just there and then he wasn't.
There's pain. Just not from him.
Yes.
I'll let my pack know. We'll likely be there. Probably as soon as we're done meeting to pay our respects.
Delphine, I want you to know that outside of all of the leadership and all of that, you can come talk to me whenever you need.
Thank you.
She'll lean over and grab her hand and squeeze it.
We need to get to work.
Yeah.
Artie pauses for a moment, then says, I know he was very proud of you. So if you have any doubt or fear that you've disappointed him, you can dismiss those thoughts. But I know it's going to take time. And as Aspen said, we're here for you. And whatever you need. Same with your pack. We need to bond and be as close together as possible for what's to come, because they will seek to divide and destroy us. That is how they operate.
Before he left, he told me that I needed to start learning how to do all this without him, just in case he had to stay up there to help support us from up there. I just didn't think it was going to be this permanent.
You're still not alone.
None of us did. We all thought this was an inconvenience at best. But that, again, is how they operate. Lull us into a false sense of security and then strike. We must be on guard, we must be vigilant, and we must be productive.
Time to light a fire under everyone's ass. Good thing we have a fire as a patron.
Well, if there's nothing you need at the moment, we have other things to see to, but we're never that far away. We are back. So don't hesitate. Let us know.
She'll nod and look at Aspen. I don't have any updates in regards to the Ray thing. You'll have to speak with him about it.
Okay, that's totally fine. And she'll stand up and look at Delphine and just pull her in for a hug.
She'll go in for the hug, and she will just lay her face on Aspen's shoulder for a little bit. You can feel like the shaking of her shoulders as she lets herself just cry a little bit. But then, like, after a few minutes, she'll just take a deep breath and tears on her face, but she'll compose herself and just give her a determined nod.
Aspen will nod back. You got this. I know you do.
Artie will also take Delphine in for a hug, but then hold her out, keeping his hands on both her shoulders. These are the times when we're challenged the most in our sobriety. I've got you.
Same.
And with that, Aspen and Artie depart. Delphine, what's going through your mind with this revelation?
She's sad initially, but the more she lets herself just sit on that couch thinking about everything she learned and the circumstances, the angrier she gets. She starts asking herself, was fucking Rick there? Did he help in this? How much more are they going to take away from me, from Forged, from Ray? They already took away our entire home sept, the place we were born as Guru. They can't take more of our people. They can't take our new home with them either. And she just feels that rage inside of her starting to bubble and boil, and she's mentally just thinking that Charles wouldn't want her to stay wallowing in sadness. He would want her to lead her people to act and to make sure that it doesn't happen to anyone else here.
Determination is one of the most important qualities in a guru. It's drive, it's motivation. When you set your mind to something, you can make almost anything possible. And with the power of Gaia and the spirits, you can even make things possible that to most humans would be impossible. If they have the determination to protect their home, they can. But that's not going to stop the dancers from trying to take it. We now transition to our next scene. Quinn, you have had quite a few interesting encounters over the last several weeks, teaming up with the Cult of Fenris to take down a dangerous leech den. Then the encounter at the protest with this strange individual who gave you the feeling of something more than what they seemed. There are a lot of various intrigues happening all at once. And it's easy for those intrigues to get twisted in one's head, to cause a knot, a tangle. And sometimes it takes a little reflection and maybe a little guidance to get things in order, to find answers, to get peace among the tumultuous whirling happening inside. Fortunately for you, you are a child of Gaia. And if anyone knows something about peace and tranquility, it's Unicorn. So you have gone to your spiritual space that has been designated in the area that will be your new cairn. What brings you here and what's going through your mind?
Quinn is looking for some more comfort. He's been doing a lot of action lately, which is kind of what he wanted. He's been doing patrols and doing things for the Carn and the cigar factory, and then he got to do these actions, and now he just kind of wants to laze about. So he's not even in his regular clothes anymore. He's just in pajamas with like a crop top that just says Unicorn on it. He's been cooking all day, trying to make a peas for Unicorn. He's got a large nacho platter of Doritos, Cool Ranch nachos instead of good nachos. And like a smaller plate for him to kind of appease Unicorn. But what he's really looking for is just someone that he has the closest relationship to talk to.
Okay. So go ahead and describe to me how you would like to appeal to Unicorn, how you would like to call them forth.
Quinn has set up a large mattress in the area for Unicorn to sit on or lay on if she wished, dressing it up in like a pillow fort kind of aesthetic, placing the platter near to the ground of it for her to eat and will call upon her, requesting and saying, I feel like I need some guidance. There's so much going on here, and I need you. Please hear my call, unicorn.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a wisdom and persuasion roll.
Am I still at 2 rage?
I would say you're down to 1 at this point. You've had some quiet times, peaceful times now.
6 successes.
Okay. So as you make your plea, calling out, after a few moments, you hear the clopping of hooves off of cobblestone and pavement. And then Unicorn arrives. They walk into the courtyard, circling around you and your offerings. They cast a spirited glance over at the plate of nachos specifically before looking to you. Hello, Quinn.
Hello, unicorn.
You have called. I am here to answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I set up some stuff here if you'd like to kind of indulge yourself if you wish.
There will be time for that. But we have matters to discuss, you and I.
I assume so.
Do you believe you have been acting in line with my doctrine?
I believe a majority of it I have, yes.
A majority of it. I can agree with that. But there is a rule among the followers of Unicorn. A rule about honesty and truth. Do you believe you have been acting and speaking honestly as of late?
No, I haven't.
Why?
Because I still have concerns about this sept.
You do not feel safe to air those concerns?
With other people, I don't know. I feel connected enough with my pack, but we're still not close. The elders have been gone for a while, so I haven't really had much connection except for Izzy and occasionally Jace.
And have you expressed these concerns to your tribe mate?
No.
So not only have you been deceiving the others, you've been deceiving your brethren as well.
I wouldn't call it deceiving. I'm not lying to them about my feelings. It's, Delphine definitely knows that I have an issue with somebody, and she even punished me for it. And I did my punishment. I did it.
Did you do it honestly?
Yes, I spoke with Eliza, and I told her how I felt about her, and she told me about her situation. And I think we came to a camaraderie.
Eliza was always insightful. and understanding of those that view her strangely. All right. And what about in your dealings with Fenris?
You mean connecting with them in a way that is just doing what I needed to do so they wouldn't attack us?
I mean, the spirit.
Oh, I've only been able to see them once, and it was a short-lived thing. Delphine's really been taking hold on that one.
What are you afraid of?
Being alone, not having a place, having no connections.
Isn't that what you're doing? Ever since Willow
I'm trying to have
departed,
connections.
as long as you keep this shield wrapped around you, you will not be connected. You may be close in proximity, but unless you let them know the real you, you will be alone.
Okay. I can understand that.
You have skirted the line of my displeasure, but you haven't crossed it, not fully. But I am going to ask something of you to get back in my good graces completely.
Of course.
I would like you to go to each member of your pack and I would like you to reveal something to them. Something no one else would know. And something individual for each of them. Unique, different, not the same thing over and over again. And I'm not talking about your favorite potato chip. Something intimate. Something that shows them who you are. Maybe a story about your uncle or your mentor. But it has to be personal and it has to be true. If you do
I can do that.
Consider it all forgiven and forgotten. Now, I will indulge. With that, Unicorn clops over to the blanket you've laid down and does that awkward horse lay down of just like kind of laying down, strangely tucking their legs underneath them as they start to bury their head into the chips. You can hear the crunching of the Doritos and the cheese. As they speak next, they do so with a full mouth as they ask, "So, what was it I can do for you?"
I wanted to ask you if you knew of anything supernatural that is kind of like us, but not exactly. Something that can bubble up human and Garu rage.
You mean Banes?
Maybe it's that I don't know spirits as much as Delphine, so maybe I should just talk to her. But maybe I'm not sure. Izzy had a similar problem where we both went to a rally, and I don't know if it was the music or the person I saw, but I was in danger of full out frenzy, and then I believe Izzy did frenzy.
Oh, You're speaking of rites and songs. Yes.
Can
such
humans
things
do that?
exist. No.
So it was a Garu then.
Describe it to me.
It was a strange man with practically flaming red hair, kind of short and shaved. He had a fur coat in 90-degree weather, which was odd. And it was clearly like fur coat, no matter how much he kept trying to say it was fake. And when I pointed that out, he tried to hide it, claiming it was a statement piece. But only after I knocked him over did the feeling of the rage stop. And then over time, it just grew back up again.
Then they were likely the practitioner of the rite or song. But the fur coat, that does give me pause. There are abominations amongst your kind. Those that were not gifted or born with the grace of Gaia and the Guru, but those that took it by force. These individuals aren't always given the abilities granted the Guru, except for when they don the hide of the Guru they've killed. They are called stolen moons. And if what you describe is true, you likely encountered one.
Terrence had indicated that there was probably a grouping of individuals doing this at the protest. Do they also travel in packs?
They can, but it is far less likely, for it would require them to defeat and destroy several Guru to collect such hides. But it's not impossible.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the information. I'll pass it along as best I can. I also, as much as I don't want to continue talking about this, I do want to talk about Eliza.
Very well.
I'm struggling with the idea of her. And I understand she keeps saying she hasn't left Gaia. She's still in it with Gaia. She left her tribe and you did what you did. Let her leave. I guess I'm asking why that was the case. What happened?
Eliza was struggling with the bonds that the tribe had been put under. Their loyalty to the nation was being tested. Unfortunately, that test was coming at a great many costs. When the stargazers departed the nation, looking for a new path, Eliza believed it was best suited for her to follow with them, to bring my teachings along to advise. But she also believed there could be another way. She asked for my wisdom. She asked for the wisdom of Gaia. But in the end, she decided the best course of action was to depart my service. She did so respectfully, with no ill will or intent, and I granted her that leave. For she had served me well for many years before that. If one's heart isn't fully in something, they are only doing a disservice to those who are by staying involved. To keep someone somewhere against their will, even if it's subconsciously, is to ensure that you are not getting the best of them. That they are not fully contributing. Because it takes more than the words of loyalty. One must be truly loyal, not just in their actions and their words, but in their mind and in their heart. She could not, in good conscience, pledge her loyalty anymore to the nation and what it represented. The tribe had decided to remain with the nation. And so she reached a crossroads and she took the other path.
And what about you? Do you believe there's another way?
Yes. Do I believe the nation and the Guru are capable of following that path? Not necessarily. But ours is a path of peace. It is not too dissimilar than that of the Stargazers.
Quinn will kind of rub his face, slight frustration coming off of him, but he'll say, all right, I will apologize to Eliza and I'll try to connect with her better.
Do you feel sorry? And if so, what do you have to be sorry for?
I guess I feel sorry for immediately just assuming, because that's what I was taught. I mean, she is still human, and I understood that aspect of it, and I was trying to hold on to that, but seeing it in this light, I think I shouldn't have jumped the gun.
You believe that is the best course of action? But I believe the best course of action is just simply to change how you behave. You did nothing wrong. You did what you were taught. And Eliza, more than others, is very difficult to offend. She has walked that path a long while now, and has come to terms with many biases, and feeling like an outcast. You took no aggressive action against her. You just were cautious. I do not believe an apology is necessary.
Thank you.
But you could speak to her about how you feel about what you've learned. To show her how your mind has changed. And to show that you are open to further learning and further adapting.
Yeah, I'll speak with her.
In the times to come, you are going to need all the help you can get, even if it comes from the most unlikely of places.
Quinn will pull out some sort of brushing comb and say, do you want me to clean you up? Alright, and Quinn will do so as he has been taught by his mentor to brush proper and clean unicorn.
When was the last time you called home?
A couple weeks ago, I called my uncle, and then I called my mentor just to keep tabs on him, but it's been a couple of weeks.
The world is changing, and not for the better. Be cautious about what you're told, and by whom. For even the most trusted can be deceived.
Thank you.
As you continue to brush out Unicorn's mane and along their body, they return to munching at the chips, enjoying this process, though they're doing it more for you than for them, as they are not a physical entity in need of such care. But it is an almost meditative process, going through these motions, going through this rhythm, creating a soundtrack of the brush as it almost whisks its way across the body. What is Quinn feeling now as they find this sense of calm and peace within through this process?
There is definitely a part of him that has shifted or broken apart, where he knows that he's been holding things in and not telling people, but now it seems like it's at a point where he needs to start talking or he will break.
Determination can be a bad thing too. If you are determined to remain distant from those around you, if you are determined to uphold a bias, there will be many what ifs that come with it. What if you had set those feelings aside? What if you'd had more time to get closer to them? What if you tried? It is a double-edged sword, determination, because it can cut into your enemies, but it can also cut into your allies or yourself if you let it. We now transition to our next scene. It is a bright and beautiful sunny day in Florida. The heat, while heavy, is nowhere near as heavy as is being experienced by many of the northern states as a heat wave washes its way across the country, sapping all sense of moisture from everything it touches. It's easy to take for granted Florida in the summertime, because the real Florida summer comes around September and October. This is actually one of the more temperate times in the state, as the sun has shifted northward to focus its vengeful heat and light upon the states that have been without for quite some time. As you have all gathered in the cigar factory, what air conditioning can be had from a few window units and the furnace is working overtime. The whirring of the mechanical parts, the constant sound of the air blowing from the vents. But it's still hot, because this is a large brick building, a large old brick building, and it isn't as well insulated as modern homes. It is not designed to reflect out this kind of heat. But as the pack comes together to touch base and to hear of the news from the returned leadership, they're about to get splashed with a cold bucket of water. And something tells me it will be far from pleasant. You've all gathered within the cigar factory in one of the main meeting places. I'd like each of you to describe how you're presenting yourself at this time. And we're going to start with Raymond, then Quinn, then Forged, and finally Delphine.
At this point in time, Ray will actually have his button up off. It'll be set up probably on one of the tables or chairs or whatever we have available to just hold it. And he definitely is showing that sweat ring around the neck. He's used to heat and everything, so he's not overly bothered by it, but you can tell that the heat is affecting him. You can also tell at a glance, recently he's looked very tired and very worn out. The tiredness is kind of still there, but it looks like a weight has been kind of lifted. He's standing a little bit taller. He's kind of shoulders are set back a little bit more like was in the past. He looks, despite the heat, despite the sweating and the tiredness, he's looking okay.
Quinn is still dressed in his pajamas, so the long pajama pants and a crop top that just says unicorn with a little unicorn image on it. Very different from what he's been wearing in front of the pack before. He is not used to this heat at all, so he's trying to find any reason to be able to just take his shirt or clothes off in any way. But still trying to be appropriate in front of the pack. He's definitely showing an air of calm. There's definitely also something that is lifted from him, but there's also a slight maybe tension in his shoulders of not ready to say something, but trying to get there.
Forge currently has his shirt off completely, no shirt on, just bare chest out. Maybe had a melted ice pack that he was rubbing on his chest and his neck just to try and cool himself down. Wearing some short, some sweat shorts, something. He's not very covered by clothing right now, as he looks more just irritated, agitated, mostly just from the heat and from the sweating and just being not being cool enough in here. But he doesn't appear to be incredibly stressed. He looks, for all intents and purposes, he's trying to be optimistic, trying to be positive for the sake of everyone else, especially after his talk with Ember.
Delphine, in a surprising turn of events, is wearing a tank top, having ditched the security sweaters for relief from the heat, and also just for her own attempts to be a little bit more confident. She is very sweaty but it's honestly not as sweaty as she would have been wearing the sweaters. She's wearing some boho pants. She is trying to have a composed facade, trying to mask very much so right now. Prior to this, she had her cry, and then she did the trick of ice underneath the eyes to get rid of any puffiness, eye drops to get rid of the redness, and she's trying to prepare herself to break the news to her pack and meet them with a brave face.
Terrence is also present, wearing a tank top of his own and baggy basketball shorts as well as sneakers. He is definitely used to this kind of heat, being a Florida native, but you could still see that sheen of sweat across his forehead and a little bit of panting as he keeps drinking from a large water bottle that he has beside him. Stakes is not present, but that is not unusual, as she has been keeping some distance from the cairn and the whole Fenris situation. She's still more than willing to meet with anybody who seeks her out and spend time with them, but to avoid a potentially problematic turn of events, as in regards to the Fenris business, she has been staying primarily at the cairn. That all being said, the scene is yours.
Delphine will take a deep breath, just trying to center herself, looking at her pack. And she will start by informing them the leadership's back from Vermont. And a lot happened up there, and she sighs, and she just goes to take a seat, leaning at, like, sitting pretty much at the edge of the seat and kind of like tapping and shaking her leg a little bit. While they were there, the Black Spirals attacked in a similar fashion to what happened up in Michigan. And it's my duty now to inform you that King Albrecht is dead.
C4's just doesn't really have a reaction to that, just more the king dude of the old nation. He's dead.
She'll nod, and she'll be glancing over at Quinn, just because while her pack was pretty much separated from the nation when they were up in hell, she knows that he was with the nation for 4 years, so she's trying to see how he's taking the news.
Quinn's gonna roll his eyes at Forge's comment and be like, could you have some fucking respect?
Dude, I don't know anything about this guy, really. Dude, we came from a place that weren't really accepted by the old nation either. I mean, I was just asking.
She does look at Quinn. We weren't, in the time we were in hell, we weren't really given any information about the old nation or King Albrecht. We just learned about it whenever we got here.
I can understand that, but no matter what, he's still a guy who's dead now.
She'll nod.
And a guru. It sucks when any guru dies. King Albrecht was a very renowned guru in the history of all guru. Some considered him to be one of the greatest. So it is not the best news, Terrence says.
It's a hit that's going to affect the entirety of what's left of the nation.
So, does that mean that Charles is there, or did the kid become who's the heir now?
Unfortunately, the sept of Jonas Albrecht has fallen. There is no seat
Completely.
at them. Completely. They suffered heavy losses. Only 4 Guru from their sept and a Ghislaine were able to escape with our elders.
Okay. But you didn't answer the question. I guess you did, but you didn't. You dancing around it. What happened with Charles?
I mean, it sounds like there's no nation really to be with, right? If that place fell and all of them except 4 are gone, then it doesn't sound like there's much of a governing body, you know?
She opens her mouth, closes it, lowers her head a little bit, takes a deep breath, and when she raises her head, you see that the glassiness has come back to her eyes. And she looks at Ray since he's the one that asked the question. Charles didn't make it.
At that, Ray's, shoulders being back and standing up straight, the shoulders will drop. And I'll just look at Delphine questioningly and kind of looking back and forth. Are you 100% sure he's gone?
They brought back his remains with them. There's a black spiral dancer. Her name is Zizek. She killed him. Like she killed Red.
Yeah, at that, that look will change to anger. And I will just turn around and kind of walk a few steps away and just put my hand on my head and kind of try and contain myself before I try and say something.
Give me a composure and resolve check there, Raymond.
Storyteller,
Mm-hmm.
would there have been any stories, or can I make a roll to see if Quinn knows the name Zizek?
Yes, give me either intelligence and politics, academics, or I'll say occult could qualify.
I got 3 successes.
Okay. So even though you have contained the anger, Raymond, you feel this slithering start to kind of roil up inside of you as Hashigat says,
Town boy, you don't want to go messing with the likes of that.
Under my breath, hey, now's not the time, okay? I know that this person is dangerous, obviously. I'm just trying to work it out right now, okay?
What better time is there? She speaks of death. She speaks of dancers. She's speaking my language.
Come back to this later, okay? Just give me a minute.
Kent, does my Garu specialty apply here?
yes.
Perfect. That is 6 successes on a crit.
Okay, I will get back to you in just a moment. Raymond, roll me a charisma and persuasion check to try and get Hashigat to quiet down.
Does my negotiation specialty come into play?
Are you offering something for his silence?
No.
Then no.
By the way, what rage am I at? Just so
I would say you're definitely at a 3 right now after all this news.
Another 3 successes.
Okay. You can feel Hashigat settle but he is making sure you are aware of his presence, as if it's almost like sitting upon your chest, weighing down a little bit, rather than the almost non-existent feeling you'd had before that. So, Quinn, with your many, many successes, yes, you would have heard of Zizek. Zizek was considered the messiah of the worm, was considered the bringer of apocalypse, the one of the greatest and most terrifying black spiral dancers. But also, Zizek was believed to be dead, having been slain by Jonas Albrecht in the final battle. So, there's a few things you can take from this. One, it's an imposter just using the name Zizek. Two, Jonas Albrecht didn't really kill Zizek because stories tend to be fabricated or embellished upon as they are retold over and over again. Or three, Zizek was brought back from the dead. That seems the least likely.
Okay. Quinn's gonna ponder all these potentials in his mind, and either way, he's gonna say, "This is bad. This is like end of the world bad, guys. That like we're dead."
No, we're not. We're alive. We have work to do.
What do you mean we're dead? Like, explain.
Zizek in stories is supposed to be dead, so either she got back to life, or Jonas didn't kill her when he was storied to have. Either way, she's a like killing machine. She is a bringer of the apocalypse. We're dead.
I think this whole time Forge was just standing there. His hands were just fell and completely open. He looked agitated, but now he just kind of looks like blank, like he's not sure how to feel, because when he hears the news, he expects to feel an overwhelming grief, overwhelming sense of fear, but almost to his own dismay, he feels nothing right now. He doesn't feel any strong emotion, which almost confuses himself and kind of scares himself a little. And as he's hearing Quinn go off about this, he does feel something else start to well up, a sense of frustration, as eventually he will recompose himself, look over to Quinn. Quinn, if you're done slobbing on it, we need to focus, okay? We can't go thinking we're already fucking dead. Look, if she might be a killing machine, but she's still one of us. She's still a mortal thing that can die, okay? Just because whatever fucking story said, either she should have been there or should have not, doesn't matter. We'll fucking handle it like we always do.
Does explain some things. Terrence says the attack on Michigan and the unified Seps, the overwhelming force of dancers. According to the stories, only one could have truly unified such an army, because the dancers aren't unlike ourselves, separated into factions and groups with their own ambitions. For them to all come together in a weeping force like that, it would take quite a leader. But if Zizek is real, that brings some other things into question. What about the crown? I mean, we all, or at least I know I did, and can't speak to all of you, but there has been stories about the Silver Crown all throughout the songs and history. And the story was that the crown was destroyed in order to kill Zizek. But if Zizek's still alive, what about the crown?
I don't know about the crown, but I don't even know what the crown is. But that's not my concern. My concern right now is this pack and this sept and the septs that are still alive, because they're not going to just stop. Aspen was here. She gave us some orders already. Terrence and Quinn, you're to contact your septs. Let them know of your home septs. You have to let them know what's coming. Quinn especially. They're closest to them. We don't know if they're just going to wait it out or just hit them immediately. Hopefully they haven't done so yet. I know that I can't. I know that I wouldn't expect them to leave unless it was absolutely necessary, but Quinn, let them know that if they have to retreat, they can come here.
Quinn's gonna immediately start trying to call or text his mentor.
You can go ahead and text. What would you like to say?
He's just gonna pretty much just text out like an emoji of a spiral, and then saying, "Get out, they're coming."
You'll get a question mark in response, but then I think this requires much more conversation and explanation.
He's gonna just text back, sorry, I'm trying to think. Nation gone.
Call me later. We should talk.
Thumbs up.
She'll compose herself a little bit. Aspen wanted me to let you all know too that Charles's body is at the main cairn. If we want to go and pay our respects at any point, I know I plan to tonight. If anyone wants to come with me, but there's more news and more marching orders that we have to discuss. There were some survivors of the attack, and they are now living at the main cairn. A Katerina and Anastasia Volkova. They were the wife and daughter of Iron Oath. He was here briefly. A father, Varga, a Theurge, and the heir apparent. Her name was Mari, but I was told that that's changed. They are all grieving. And there's also a Ghislaine that was brought down as well. But they're all grieving. They've all lost a lot. They've lost their packmates. They've lost their home. They've lost their sept. And we've been asked to try to make them feel welcome. Quinn, if you wouldn't mind being the first to bridge that gap, you're more knowledgeable in nation etiquette than us. We weren't raised
absolutely. I can do
so
that.
I would appreciate it if you would. If they need anything or if they want to help with anything, just make them feel welcome. She just sighs and rubs her head a little bit. There is also the matter of Aspen wants us to start getting our houses in order. We can't just wait for them to come. We need to start actively working to make sure that this place is as secure as possible. I've discussed with her finally performing the right to open this cairn, but that's gonna take a couple more weeks of planning. I discussed with her the issue with the cult of Fenris that we've been having. And she would like us to take care of things from the Ethan angle. Eliza is going to make one last plea to Plato. And she looks to Ray and Forge, but we were here with him. Ethan's not going to stop. And as much as I like the idea of most of them getting second chances, that's not going to happen as long as he's a piece on the board. We're not supposed to move until they've spoken with Plato, but we need to start making preparations to get Ethan off the chessboard.
I'm not gonna lie, Delphine, even if she somehow gets through to Plato and makes some sort of great deal or change in them, we all know Ethan's gotta die. He can't stay. Even if he agrees to whatever they're doing, he's gonna rot it from the inside. We
I
can't.
agree. Ethan needs to die. Eliza wants to speak with Plato first, but Ethan, he's not someone that gets to stay. They're going to tell them about the Black Spiral, and hopefully, maybe, best case scenario, they leave to go fight that fight. But I don't think they will. They've got a vendetta against Tampa. One that Plato will see through.
I don't think it's Plato that has the vendetta with Tampa. It's Ethan. And I agree, if we take him out of the picture, then it would solve a lot of the problems, hopefully. But
The problem is we have to do it subtly. We can't do it where others from the cult can see what happened. We have to take him out of the board as quietly as possible.
He's got his own trailer. If we can find a way to conversate with him in there, he doesn't have anyone touch it.
There's too many around him. We got to do it somewhere off-site, completely separated from anyone. But that's something we can plan throughout the coming weeks. The other thing is that we need to keep an eye on these riots. We can't protect Tampa if it's fucking devolved into chaos. So if we can keep working on that as well, that would be preferred. Aspen is going to speak with the leeches, the ones that you and Skeeter talked about, forged. She's going to see what can be done about the castle on that regard, and if they come to an agreement, we will be informed of their movements within our territory.
And I assume we're still gonna do the idea of any of those other leeches come to the territory, we're gonna snatch them up or take them out.
If they're not in that castle, they're fair game. But we ourselves can't attack the castle directly.
Got it.
She'll look to Forged. If whatever happens after Aspen's talk, I'll request of her that you be involved. You care about the people of the city. You walk these streets longer than the rest of us. I'd have you be that point of contact. You're the Sep's sheep wolf after all.
Forge would actually look a little uneasy by that. Well, it was kind of, withdrawn to himself a little bit. Just, I mean, if that's what you want, I can do that.
Forged, you look nervous, but I do believe in you. I do believe that you care, and I do believe that you will do ultimately what's best for this place. And I trust you to handle this.
Let's just hope that me and Aspen can see eye to eye to certain things. Just don't usually get along very well with her, especially after our first meeting.
Well, I imagine after everything that's happened, our sept leader is pretty fired up. Because I know I am.
But I will say I know Aspen enough to know that she believes in second chances and that people can change. And I haven't known you long, but you seem like a good enough guy to me. I'm sure she sees that too. That actually brings up an important point. I think rather than calling the Georgia Sept, I'm actually going to go up there and deliver the news in person. I'm also going to recommend, and he looks towards Forge specifically, that they send their Ghislaine out of the country.
Forge will. There's a deep breath to that, but he will nod and say, "That's a good idea. We don't want them anywhere near what's going to happen. I've seen what they do. They do to the people. It's terrifying."
Most of them aren't warriors. They're farmers and groundskeepers and salt of the earth type people. Now, the ones that can fight, I'm sure will stay behind, but those that can't would probably be best served elsewhere.
Aspen's going to be having her hands full, but she needs to be informed of everything we're doing. Forged, Jester has been named the new warder of the Sept. You have firsthand experience with the Black Spiral Dancers, and if you can give her any information of whatever little you saw of their organization while you were in that mine, that'll be useful. Quinn, Aspen seemed to want to know more about that library you found at the university. I know you already sent in a report, but if you can get one to her as well, that would be appreciated. Again, Jester's the warder now. Any of the organization, like any of the go-betweens between our packs, the Sept, go to her. I know that you have the most experience with the riots so far. If you can continue investigating in your patrols, you have a good idea. If you could bring one of us, I would prefer that going forward, we definitely enforce the buddy system. And just because Terrence brought it up, I'm going to request right now, Quinn, you cannot go to Vermont. It's not safe. George is far enough away that Terrence can safely make it there and back, but Vermont's too close to where the attack happened. And the last time we sent two packmates into a state that the Black Spiral Dancers had already attacked, only one came back. I will not risk any more of my pack. I know it's hard, but I value your life, and I do not want anything bad happening to you.
If the Sept wasn't as close to Florida as it could get, I wouldn't even have offered to go. I feel like it's a safe choice, but what I can do, Quinn, is I can send a chain reaction effect up the coast to check in on them. We'll send the word out through the Septs up the coast, coming from my old sept, I think it'll carry a little bit more weight than coming from here, but I'd still say you should call them for sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks, Terrence.
They'll be okay. Unicorn's watching over them.
Yeah, sure.
Ray, I'd like you to keep looking into all of the paperwork and files and what have you in that storage unit. Whatever we can learn about Ethan, whatever little bit, I want all of it.
I got it.
If we're gonna be taking him out, we need to know how he thinks. We need to know whatever, as much as we can about him. I know we know a little bit, and the fact that he is a psychopath, but no, does not hurt to have as much information as possible.
I understand. As I don't know how much I'll find. I feel like the journal was probably the biggest thing that we were going to find in that storage locker. But I'll comb through every inch of it and see if I can find anything more.
And then you will need to speak with Aspen in regards to any updates with the matter of that spirit.
Yeah. I mean, before, all the news dropped and everything, I was hopefully gonna give off good news, bad news, but there's already a lot of bad news about everything there. But good news, Hoshkid isn't in Matthias anymore. Matthias is free.
See a little bit of relief in her shoulders at just hearing some bit of good news.
Raymond, inside of you just hear a soft, raspy chuckle.
I'll kind of shake my head a little bit at the laughter and then kind of take a big breath in and then exhale it out. And then the bad news: to fully free Matthias, I had to give Hoshkit another avenue to another vessel to be in. And
I swear to God, if you
I'm
say
gonna-
yourself, I'd be so fucking mad.
I'm gonna use penumbral senses.
Okay. Go ahead and spend the willpower and make the roll for me.
What rage am I at this point?
2 for sure.
Quinn's gonna look at Raymond because Quinn doesn't know anything really about the spirit, and say, "What kind of spirit is it?"
3 successes.
it's a, I'll turn to Quinn. It's a worm spirit.
Oh,
A
cool. Okay.
Uncorrupted worm spirit.
Yeah. They have those things too. Yeah, it's part of it all.
Yeah. And to answer your question, Forge, and everyone's suspicion, I had to take Hoshkit inside.
As he says that, Delphine, and as your vision focuses to the other side, as if coiled around his neck and leaned up against his shoulder, you see the serpentine form of a worm spirit. And as you look at it directly, it looks up and makes eye contact with you and then just defiantly flips out its tongue at you.
Delphine is looking at your chest now, Ray, and you just see her sigh, narrowing her eyes just a little bit. And you see her stick her tongue out back at the snake.
I thought we had a whole conversation about not offering up pieces of yourself or, being self-sacrificing and doing all this. And now you come back the whole package now? You got the whole thing?
He was already part of Ray.
Yeah, but now he's
Forged.
fully in Ray.
I had to make a deal with him.
Unfortunately, Forged, we can have no say in this matter. That was the deal that was made. We can be upset about it, and we can think that this is a terrible idea, but ultimately Ray is the one that's handling this. What steps he's taking to She just doesn't even finish the sentence. Just staring at Hashigut.
Besides, I can be so useful for what's to come. And if nothing else, I get a front row seat to the apocalypse.
I'm assuming I don't hear any of this conversation, or am I hearing like Hoshkit's side? Okay.
Oh yeah, you're hearing what he's saying.
I'll just look at Delphine and give a kind of an apologetic look. But then returning to talk to the group. I made a deal with him. He is angry about what happened to him in the past. He's angry and displeased, and I promised I would help him work through that. Help him find something other than that anger. And to do that, to free Matthias, and to help him get better, Anna Pelfrey helped do the rite of abjuration and remove Hoshkit from Matthias, but he needed another place to be. And so, like Delphine said, I was already connected with him. And so he was able to bridge the gap. And as far as I'm aware, he can't take control as he did with Matthias.
Yet.
I will kind of cringe a little bit at that comment. If he wanted to talk, or if he wanted to take control, I would have to give him permission. And I don't plan on giving him permission as of yet, if at all.
Delphine has been just watching the little worm spirit around his neck. And as Ray's speaking, she's hearing his words and just painfully aware of how similar it is to what she wants to accomplish with Fenris, the avatar that they've been dealing with. And seeing the hypocrisy in that, she will just sigh heavily and nod. I trust you to take care of this, Ray. Just please be in touch with Eliza. If he feels like it's getting overwhelming, do not hesitate to reach out to her.
I have plans to speak with her about the situation, but I also have plans to, hopefully, this is a temporary thing. After I help, and after, hopefully, Hoshkit is in a better situation, I have an idea.
Okay.
See, when Forge's looking at you, it looked incredibly frustrated, but now it's softened more to like a pitying look, more sad than frustrated. Still undercurrents of being annoyed, but as he'll say, Ray, you always need someone to save, huh? When are you gonna focus on yourself for a change instead of having someone else you need to fix or to change?
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but luckily I haven't had to focus on anyone but
Everyone
else.
else.
Yeah.
Terrence speaks up and says, "So if I'm remembering correctly, the deal is that nobody in the Sept can help you, right?"
That is correct.
Yeah.
We just got 4 new visitors that aren't of the Sept. And as far as I know, they're powerful theurges from the North Country Protectorate.
Brother Varga and Anastasia.
Maybe they can help.
I mean, the thought crossed my mind.
At least worth having a conversation.
Yeah, but will they be as accepting as the people here?
Oh, definitely not. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and they're the guests here.
Maybe speak with Brother Varga first. They call his title at the Sept. Their Sept was Keeper of the Dead, and Death and the Worm kind of have a lot of affiliation, so he might be more amenable.
I'll give it maybe a week or two, maybe after Quinn talks to them. Maybe
Yeah, I'll butter them up for you.
Yeah, maybe he can get a feel on like how they would react. And then maybe during my talk with Eliza, maybe she'll have some insight on how they would react if she's spent some time talking with them. But like I said, the idea crossed my mind, but it could also blow up in my face if I really tell them everything and ask them for help. Might do the opposite.
Just good to know all the tools in your tool belt.
As for me, I'm got my own little bit of assistance that I'll be providing in this whole mess. Charles's spirit didn't return to the cairn after he passed, so I'm going to be helping Eliza and Jace as much as I can. Since she just touches her eyes. I can see and speak with the dead, and if needed, go to the Shadowlands, but I'm kind of going to be bouncing back and forth between a lot of this stuff that's been going on.
What do you need help with then, Delphine? She'll be taking on more of that workload. Do you want us to do something for you, or maybe have some fans in a corner for you to come back to since we don't have central AC yet?
I mean, we have that 3-bedroom across the street if we need a break from the heat at any point. But I want us to get our house in order, guys. This is more about me and Ray and Quinn. Not Quinn. Me, Ray, and Forge to Quinn. But I want us to start stepping up a lot more. We're not the dumpster fire that we were when we first got here. We're different. We've gotten better. We've gotten stronger. We've gotten wiser. We can definitely help here, and we can protect this place because this place is our home now. She looks to Quinn, no matter how long we've been here. We're a part of this place, and I want us to defend it. We have our marching orders. And if those fucking spirals come down here, we're going to... She just chuckles a little bit at the pun before she even makes it. We're going to give them hell.
Delphine, we're a part of the people here. We're part of the territory we're defending. And Charles is dead. And I know you were close with him. I know he was your mentor. And I know that has to be rough. And I want you to know that, I'm here for you.
I know. But Charles wouldn't want me to drown in grief. He would want me to protect this place and get to work. And that's what I'm gonna do.
All right. Then let's get to work. And with this, we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Forged from failures, the Vibe Guardian of Ebor, the protector of the party and good times. And also, in a way, Ebor's chosen, as he has been under the learning tree of El Patron for the past several months. This is where our scene begins, in the courtyard of an abandoned, rundown cigar factory, not too dissimilar from the one that you call home. one of those gifts that you have been given is the ability to see spirits through reflective surfaces, but it does require a certain amount of exertion, a certain amount of focus. And anybody who knows Forged from Failures knows focus can be a questionable subject from time to time, but growth is possible, as he has shown time and time again. And maybe in one of those moments of growth, he can see his patron of sorts once more. So, Forged, I would like you to make a resolve and awareness check.
And what's my rage at?
I would say with the news of everything, you're at a 2. You're still numbed, so you're not as spiked as you would have been.
2 successes.
All right, right on the dot. So as you approach and are sitting within the courtyard of the factory, you look into one of the broken panes of glass that hang upon the window of this cigar factory. And reflected in its surface is El Patron. He is a massive spirit, almost kaiju-esque in size, built from the very brickwork of the city itself. A long cigar that can't go out hanging from his mouth. He looks at you through the pane of glass as if he were the glass itself, even though you can see his image quite clearly in its surface. He takes a long drag on that cigar, and the smoke comes pouring out of all of the cracks in his brickwork, which have glowed with the long inhalation.
So, you have heard finally of the darkness that comes.
Forge is trying hard to keep his reverence, keep the respect he has right now. He's really excited. That was the first time he'd managed to accomplish this feat of his Patron. Probably tried to told him multiple times beforehand about using his eyes to see beyond, but Forge has never been very good with the vague metaphysical, spiritual practices. So for once finally succeeding brings him a sense of accomplishment for once. But he will say, yes, El Patron, seems like I thought it would hopefully end with just hell in Michigan, and hopefully that would just been a one-off thing, but I guess it was a little short-sighted.
The only end is the end. And it is an end you do not want to see.
Yes, it would be nice though if there was less psychopathic Black Spiral dancers, but I suppose that's what Guy has chosen us for.
This is what happens when hope is lost. When there are those who have forgotten themselves and yearn for relief from the devastation and the sadness. Those who believe in the false promises of a new beginning. This is not the only death, the only end you must concern yourself with, for there will be many potential ends along the way if you do not act. This city is a prime example of an end that could happen along this journey.
Like as in dying in this city, or the city ending with, because it seems like we got all these, you know, the cult bastards now wanting to make their moves and burn everything along the fucking way, and then we have also these monsters in castle doing whatever the hell they're doing in there. I can only imagine the shit they get up to. But I don't know. It's just so much fucking shit going on at once, and I'm trying to listen, Patron, El Patron, up to all of the people, all of your plights, of the rots. But it feels like the more I look, the more there is, and there's never ending. You know, there's always something more to it. You know.
See? He's a never-ending cycle. Birth, life, death. The problem is, the death is not bringing about new life. It is not seeding the ground for new things to grow. It is just decaying. It is taking with no plans to return and give back. You have done well tending to those in need. You have done well providing meals and shelter. But there are other needs that can be met. Some just need a purpose, a direction. Some wish to fight for this city as well, but don't know where to start, or have been discouraged against it, downtrodden, stepped upon. But they would fight if they knew what to fight and how.
Like them riots, you know. There's these riots going on with, I'm sure you probably know, with mortals getting angry and bashing and breaking things. And I mean, it shows that people want, you know, people want to do things, people want to fight for something better. But now you got these, I don't know, it seems like someone pushing them down the wrong path. I don't know, because I mean, I kind of feel for them. I mean, hey, shit's fucked up. I want to break shit too, but I mean, maybe we can push them down a better route.
Who do you think would do that?
Push them down the better path?
No. Who would fuel the fire of their displeasure to cause such destruction?
Oh, probably the cult, to want people to break and burn things.
The cult has agreed not to step upon your territory. Perhaps it is just a cult.
You'll see he looks kind of confused by that, as he'll sit back for a moment, look kind of lost in thought. He thinks, "Ah, cult."
It only takes one to light the spark. And once the fire is lit, it can become an inferno, out of control. Perhaps that is what they desire.
So we got some asshole wanted to cause a whole mess and start getting these people riled up and start breaking shit and causing problems. And it seems like, I mean, I know when violence breaks out, usually it doesn't stop. Usually people want to keep going. Usually things will keep escalating until something's done about it. And people are pissed off, especially, and feeling unheard. They're going to keep doing something until they feel heard. I feel like I know what you're getting to, but I don't know. I don't even know about that one. You think I could? I don't know if you're trying to suggest that maybe I push them in the right direction or start doing so. I'm not like some, movement leader or whatever. I'm just some random, dude. Not really dude, but you know what I mean.
The longer you keep saying you aren't, you are right. Do you know about business?
I've been learning more working at Jace's bar.
In business, there are agreements between manufacturers and those that sell, between those that supply the manufacturers with the ingredients to manufacture. In these agreements, there are contracts. And in those contracts, they are carefully worded and lettered to prevent one party or another from acting in an untoward way. You see?
I'm following.
Have you made any agreements lately?
I made an agreement to you. I made an agreement to my pack patron.
Think of the royal you. Or, as the southern folks say, y'all.
All of us making an agreement, not letting the fire die out. Sorry, Patron. Makes it hard to fucking think.
You made an agreement for a set amount of time. Something wouldn't happen.
You're talking about the deal with working, making sure if we deal with the castle, they wouldn't mess with us. That one.
Say, that agreement, what was the terms?
That they wouldn't go into our territory and mess with us if we deal with the castle, and we had 60 days, remember correctly, to deal with that.
Say, they wouldn't go in your territory.
But there's nothing that's saying we can't go into their territory and do something.
Not where I was going, but yes. Someone else has been in your territory recently.
They're hiring an outside fucking force to mess with us.
Or just riling them up.
Yeah, or they know that they can't directly do anything, so they'll have the people destroy everything. Fuck. Of course they do some sneaky shit like that.
As long as they do not belong to the cult, they are free to act in any way they see fit.
This is exactly what I was telling Delphine, that we needed to deal with them then and there, but I know it would probably not the best idea, but I know these assholes. I know their move, their playbooks. It's kind of shit that they always do. They never want to stick to their actual fucking word.
But they are sticking to their word.
You know what I mean? They're sticking.
Not doing anything.
They're sticking to the. They're being like lawyers. Oh fuck. I just fucking hate that kind of thing. That lawyer mentality. That you always gotta worm your way out of something.
See?
So that they're riling these people up, and now something has to be done about it, because now that it just won't stop. Now someone has to do something.
There are many ways to make a city burn. Sometimes all you have to be is the match. Who would be capable of such a thing?
Being the match, I mean, Ethan seems very likely he could be the one to rile up people. He seems to have that instinct to know what to really piss you off. But
He is also unlike any of the other Fenris you have met, no?
he actually seems to know a hint or two about subtlety and long-term planning, besides all the rest of them just wanting to throw their lives away.
So, if he cannot be the Inferno, and he cannot get his closest to be the Inferno, get someone else.
So now we have to find out who exactly made his Inferno to make this movement, and then even if I get rid of that guy, I'm gonna have to step up, because I can. And this is not just gonna dissipate. This is not just gonna die down. People are gonna keep doing stupid shit.
See? They will need a new purpose. Because the anger isn't gone when the fire goes out. It just has nowhere to go.
And when you have anger and nowhere to go, all it does is rot you from the inside out. And that's what makes you into them, into the dancers, into the spiral.
And into the Fenris. Imagine what happens to a normal person when they are rotted from the inside out.
It's making all this shit so complicated. I mean, at least you're helping with this, Patron. I know, at least I now have an idea of what I need to do. I'll have to talk with Quinn about if they've seen anyone or what happened, but these assholes, they're always fucking everything up. But then now, I had a meeting with the rest of my people, and they talked about how one of the things they said with the best case scenario, they go up and fight the darkness. And you know what's weird, Patron? When I thought about them going up to fight that darkness, I didn't want that, because I know what they're going into, Patron. At least have an idea, and none of them would survive. They would be left broken, destroyed, dead in the best case scenario.
So, are you trying to protect them? Or are you jealous of them? In that case.
I don't know, man. One hand, it would be pretty fucking nice to just go up there and do something about it. But on the other, some of them are just kids, man. I don't want them to go through what I went through. I don't want them to go through anything worse than what I went through, because that was just a few of them there. Imagine them running into the whole fucking army. It would be... I don't even want to think about it. Just what they would be turned into, and how awful their lives would be.
Well, some of them would be changed, brought into the fold. Others would die.
This is just now got me thinking too about the other Now, I mean, it's a lot simpler when I just hated them, hated the monsters and castle, and now I got people, seeing them made me realize that they're, that could have been me if I went down the wrong path, and hell, I mean, sometimes maybe could still be me, and I don't know, Patron, are the monsters in castle, the monsters that roam around in the night, are they part of the problem? Are they part of the rot? All of them? Or because someone told me something and now it got me all confused about what I should do with them.
What do you think?
I just can't help but feel bad for them, I mean, at least most of them. Some of them maybe. I mean, it sounds like they had a pretty fucking terrible deal of being stuck in the world's worst pyramid scheme and, stuck being the bottom rung forever. But on the other hand, I don't know if I can afford to give them that mercy. I mean, Charles is gone. We don't have our best fighter to make sure that everything's okay if something goes wrong. If I make a mistake and trust someone I shouldn't, I know I can't rely on knowing that Charles will make sure everything is okay or make sure everyone's defended. And I know some of us are going to have to step up to try and be a fraction of the man that he was, or he is.
There is always room for mercy. Sometimes mercy is letting someone go. Sometimes mercy is putting them down. It's up to you to know which is which.
Ward kind of think about that more for a second, relating back to that conversation of perspective about how you view a scenario can really affect it. And no, I'm trying hard to not immediately hate every one of our challenges, our enemies right now. In a spiral, I can't gather any of that in my heart, but this cult, these monsters, it's hard. It's so easy just to get mad and be pissed and hate them, but it's a lot harder to try and have something in my heart to have such easy, but have love for them.
This is empathy. Putting yourself in their shoes. Offering them kindness. This bad feeling you get when you think of them. This sorrow. It is sympathy. It is empathy. It is more than just uncontrollable rage and fire. You relied on that for too long and scorched the ground you walked on. Now, you are learning to grow and to help the things around you grow. It is a difficult transition, but it is a necessary one. Because that is what sets you apart from them. The spiral want the end. They want to bring about the end. The Fenris want to stop the end by any means necessary, using their hatred and their anger and their rage. If the world is going to burn in order to save it, they will hold the match.
I guess so. That's true. It's been a difficult adjustment, to say the least, of going from hating everything and assuming everyone's my enemy and having to always fight to now really think I have to do things a bit differently. I don't know. I'm worried because Patron, please don't go. I don't know if you can, but please don't go around telling this to everyone what I'm about to tell you now. But I'm worried that something to me is becoming messed up, or maybe I've seen too much. But when I heard that Charles died, I still don't really feel anything. And I'm not sure if there's what's wrong with me right now. I can't. I'm trying to feel sad. I can't even feel really angry. It's just I don't. And all I can think about is needing to be that strong figure now, because Delphine is missing her mentor, the rock for her to anchor to when everything else is going wrong. Ray is missing that guiding hand to help push him in the right direction for him to not get lost in helping everyone else out besides himself, because clearly he can't seem to look in a mirror at all to see what's happening with his own shit. And Quinn's probably now missing probably the best guy in his eyes. I mean, that was the guy who embodied the nation ideas like the most, and now he's gone. So they're all missing someone that they could use and need. And I feel like the only thing I can feel right now is that I need to be that.
Over in that pile of trash, there is a plastic bottle. Go and get it.
We'll get up, walk on over to the trash, and not with any hint of shame at all. No dignity here. He just casually rumbles on through it to grab the plastic bottle before walking on back.
There is a spigot on the side of the building. Go fill the bottle up with water.
He'll not go on over, fill the bottle up with water. Maybe a little hopeful that might involve something of drinking this water, or at least helping him cool off from the hot air.
Now, I would like you to poke a hole at the top of the bottle. On the side, near the top.
Okay. Let me... He just like kind of stares at it, like, I can figure this out. Let me just grab some enough, see if someone left some in that trash can that I can use. And like go back over to the trash can, look for something that he can use to poke a hole through it.
Yeah, I'll say you find like a rusty nail or something that you can grab. Maybe it's attached to a little bit of wood. And as you poke a hole up near the neck of the bottle, some of the water starts to drain out. Eventually, the water gets down to just below the hole. Then Patron says,
Now, poke another hole 2 inches down the bottle.
All right, with the same nail.
See,
Feeling this could be some sort of metaphor, but all right, he'll go and do it again. He'll, poke the new hole.
once again, the water starts pouring out of the second hole, falling onto your hands, which feels pretty nice. The water isn't exactly cold, but it is something in comparison, although you'll notice it is kind of dirty water. So probably not a kind you'd like to drink, but it wouldn't kill you if you did. But eventually the water drains out through the second hole until it's just below that second hole.
now, poke a hole very close to the bottom.
Right. He'll go and do that, and this time he'll actually leave the bottle a little next to his shoulder, so a little bit drips onto his neck to help cool him off a little bit.
Eventually, the water drains out until there's only a little bit of it kind of pooled up in those rounded bottoms of the soda bottle.
That first hole was your mamacita. That second hole was your brother. That third hole was your packmate. There is no more water to drain out for Charles. Feeling nothing is still feeling. You have run out of tears to cry. You have allowed yourself to become empty. Because you have not mended the holes that have allowed you to be drained.
He stares at the water, perhaps seeing imagine water at the reflective surface, so maybe he sees Patron in the little bit of water as he's staring down at it. As he thinks about the recent losses that he has suffered. Still, as those feelings, they're still there, but they're a lot more of a numb, almost throbbing pain in his chest and his heart as he thinks about all those losses. Did that mean that I have nothing more to give? I mean, I've tried healing. I've tried helping out everyone. I've done the whole opening up thing kinda with everyone. I mean, they're too involved in their stuff to really get into it with.
See, you have refilled the bottle with water many, many times, but the holes are still there, and the water eventually drains out again. Every time you talk with Delphine, every good deed you do is adding water to the bottle. But you have not mended the holes in it. The cracks are still there. And the water runs out. Forged, have you forgiven yourself yet?
See, Forge doesn't respond for a moment as he stares in the water, feeling the heat on his neck, feeling the water dripping down in his body as he truly contemplates if he has forgiven himself yet.
Have you forgiven yourself for driving her away? Have you forgiven yourself for being unable to save him? Have you forgiven her for dying?
Once El Patron, I carry them with me. Every step, I remind myself, every part of this, of coming back now, I've been doing it. I know the route I need to go on. I know I need to be better because of what happened. And once I know that my son is safe, then that's when I can forgive myself. Her death was for him. My brother thought to take away that, and I know my mother would want nothing more than for my son to have a life.
Forged, if you cannot forgive yourself, your son will never be safe.
The bottle crinkles a bit after hearing that. He squeezes it a little bit. He stares harshly into the water. And how do you know that, El Patron? It feels like whenever I talk with spirits, with people, with you and others, it's just you seem to know so much. You seem to have this idea of everything that's going to happen, but then you don't tell me everything that's actually going to happen. You just leave it into vague what ifs, and then when everything goes tits up, then all of a sudden it's a lesson on guilt and what, being a better person and forgiveness and growth. And how come it won't save him?
I will tell you. If you do not forgive, you do not fight to the best of your ability. If you do not fight to the best of your ability, you die. If you die, the world is lost, and your son along with it.
Okay, fine. And how do I do it then? Okay, 'cause this feels. I've been trying.
Have you?
And his voice catch.
Or have you been doing good deeds to make up for what you think were bad deeds?
Yeah, he stopped himself, and essentially El Patron just immediately said out loud what he felt and what he thought and what he knew to be true, with that he actually has not tried at all, and in fact has done the opposite of doing anything else. As he doesn't really have an answer. He crinkles the bottle a bit more, as he struggles to come back. Think of something to say to give himself grace or an excuse, but there's just nothing. As eventually he just kind of gives up on it and sigh, releases his tight grip on the bottle.
You will carry them with you, always. As memories, as stories, as scars. For even though the bottle is mended, the wounds still remain. It can never go back to being an unmarked bottle. You are just putting tape over the holes or melting some candle wax on the outside to make it water soluble. But the holes are still there. No amount of good you do will make up for the bad you feel. You are only distracting and numbing yourself. That is why there is no water. That is why you feel nothing. You have made it that way.
Just a Forge looks down towards the ground as he was just let out a soft, God damn it. He'll just, at this point, with the bottle, he'll toss it into the trash as he goes back to the glass pane and stares down. So I need to focus on self-forgiveness, and I need then everything, I don't know.
And the
I'll work on
forgiveness
it.
of others. I'm sure a part of you is still mad that she left. A part of you is still mad that he turned. A part of you is still mad that she died. You blame yourself, sure, and you can take that blame away, but you're going to try and put it somewhere else.
You didn't have to call the Fenris. She could have. Never mind. And Forge will. Just ball his fist as he thinks about the revelation of Fenris and Juniper.
All those people that you need to lead, that you need to redirect or show a new path, they also have holes in their bottles. They also have anger and hatred. They also struggle to forgive. So if you want to reach them, you have to understand that they are no different than yourself. Their stories, sure. Their look, sure. But all living things are bottles full of water, with as many or as few holes poked in them as they have allowed.
Right. Once I can figure out how to help with my own holes, I can help them with theirs, and redirecting their anger.
See? Or at least directing it to the right place. What good is breaking into and looting a small business? What good is burning down someone's home? That is not who they're angry with. That is just where their anger is directed.
Shouldn't be for destroying anyways. If we need to focus on each other, because they can burn and destroy all you think they like, but there's always some innocent person that's gonna get hurt in fucking crossfire. I mean, if you even destroy like an Amazon warehouse or something, there's still a bunch of people who need to make a paycheck who are working there are just gonna lose a job now because you burned it down. So
See? You need to heal and build something new. But not forget what came before. I represent what came before. If I am forgotten, so too are all the lessons I learned. All of the experiences I had. If forgotten, history will repeat itself. as it often does.
I'll be the walking lesson, I suppose, the reminder of what happened before. Help make sure we don't make the same fucking mistakes again, because trust me, when you're called forged from failures, you tend to make a lot of those. It just gets a little tiring making the same ones over and over.
See? So don't make the last one.
I try my best, Patron, but I'm not gonna lie, this sun is fucking killing me, and I am about to get sunburned to all hell. Is there anything else you want to let me know before I head back to our place?
That which is stolen can never be returned. But that doesn't mean justice can't be served.
The forge looks like, huh? The first thought he has is he talking about that tree that Quinn stole? Like, that doesn't seem very right, though. Justice still being served, or, can't be returned, but he chews on it for a few moments before ultimately kind of not quite giving up, but realizing that, oh, I'm probably got to bring this to one of the smarter ones in the pack before nodding. Thank you, El Patron. I know I can be a bit of an ass sometimes, but and difficult, but I appreciate it.
Of course you can. You're still part human.
I like to think I got decent human, but thanks.
El Patron takes another long drag off his cigar and blows out the smoke, which seems to fog up the glass that you're looking in the reflection of. And when it fades, so too does he, leaving you in the courtyard. A strong smell of cigar smoke in the air, with no obvious source of where it comes from. And while that kind of smell can be overwhelming and burdensome from all your weeks and months of learning from El Patron, in this case, it's comforting. We now transition to our final scene of the evening. In our final scene of the evening, Raymond returns to the Sept's cairn, the heart of Tampa when it comes to the Garou. As you enter into the bawn, you feel a sensation that you haven't felt in a long time, if ever. Resistance. Something is pushing back against you as you approach. Something, at least in part, isn't wanted here. Coming to this recognition, you hit a certain point where you can't proceed further anymore. You stop by the riverside of the Hillsborough River, which snakes its way through the Hillsborough State Park. The water is cool. The shade is ever present. All things considered, it's a comfortable place to be with the encroaching heat all around, without the ability to enter that ever-temperate cairn that is always just the perfect temperature. This is the best you're gonna get, considering the circumstances at the moment. The cairn is a living thing, as all cairns are. a mix of the energies put together by the guru, the spirits that call it home, and a dash of Gaia and her will. So, while you informed Aspen that you wished to talk to her about the Matthias situation, you thought you'd be able to meet her in the cairn. But with this resistance, problems have occurred. But like I said, the cairn is a living thing. And it knows what's going on around it and within it. So before you can even pull out your cell phone to text a message or to try and call, even though the reception here is spotty at best, that's when she arrives, with Artie in tow, coming to the river's edge. Aspen, you were informed that you had a guest waiting for you, but that the cairn wasn't exactly open to the idea of bringing them all the way in. But that they would be cool to allow you to have this conversation. And they directed you as to where to go. The spirits of the ancestors pointing the way, showing the path, leading you to the cairn's edge in the bawn. This is where you find Raymond. And the scene is yours.
She'll absolutely look at him super inquisitively. Raymond.
Looking up as the two approach, looking a little, I don't know, sheepish a bit, not expecting this outcome. He 100% thought he was going to be able to walk into the cairn and have this discussion at the table they always have the discussions at. But being forced to be here, that resistance he felt, he feels a little bad. And so seeing them approach, he'll kind of nod to Aspen and then a little surprised nod at Artie. Yeah, hey Aspen.
Do you see what they think of me? How they treat me? It's a wonder why I'd be so fucking mad. This bitch.
You'll see Ray kind of close his eyes and looks like he's listening to someone. I haven't tried it, but I guess I'll try to speak in my head because I think I've always responded out loud.
Sure.
So internally, I'll say, I understand. I did not expect this to happen. I will try to figure out if I can talk with them so we can actually go in to the cairn. Because if we can't, then I can't help you. We need to have some connection.
This is us now. Outcast. Lesser than. Weak.
You may think that now, but I'm sure that will change. Just give me a moment to talk with Aspen. Please.
Carry on, my wayward son.
At that, Ray will open his eyes and kind of look back up to the two, expecting quizzical and maybe worried looks about the silence.
Her head is cocked to the side, concerned. Ray, are you okay?
He'll nod and walk towards one of the rocks that are nearby, the streams that are maybe just big enough to kind of sit on, and he'll take a seat. Yeah, I'm all right. It's just complicated, which is why I wanted to talk with you. I know you haven't heard a lot of good news or had a lot of good experience recently. And so coming back, I hope to give you some good news.
Good news has been pretty few and far in between as of recently. I'm sure you guys all got together, talked.
Yeah, I heard about what happened with Charles and about you guys being able to escape down here with 5 others, which I am curious to learn a few more details on that, but I don't know if this is the best time to really talk about it. We'll see how the conversation goes and how reactions are felt, and maybe we can talk about it.
Still looking concerned because of the way he's talking. Sure, Ray, but yeah, why don't you go ahead and start, since it seems you've got a lot on your mind.
So, second time I'm saying this, I have good news and bad news. They both fall under the same vein. The good news is Matthias is free. Oshkot is no longer possessing him.
Her eyes get really wide and her eyebrows are up in her forehead. Really? Like, really, really?
100%. I went a couple weeks ago with Anna, and we performed the rite of abjuration, and were able to separate Matthias and Oshkot. As far as I'm aware, he's recovering with her. But with how long they were attached, I don't know what kind of damage was done or what kind of recovery, how long it's going to take. But yeah, he's free.
She nods vigorously. Oh, okay. I mean, right now with everything going on, I could kiss you, but you know, you said that whole thing about the bad news, so I guess I'll steady myself.
Yeah, he'll kind of lean forward and kind of put his hands together and kind of twiddle his thumbs, because last time he said this, the pack had mixed reactions, mainly not good, but they kind of accepted it. So we'll see what happens here. And then he'll kind of do another inhale and exhale. I had to find Matthias another vessel. And because of the connection that I had currently, that vessel is me.
I'm assuming you mean Hashigut. Okay.
Currently, he's under control in a sense. He speaks to me. That's kind of what happened when you first showed up. But he can't take over unless I give him permission. It's kind of the balance that we have right now.
That you know of, right?
I guess, yeah, if you put it that way. But I mean, I was a little worried when you showed up. He would have probably tried to immediately take over and have words with you, but he didn't. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, I guess it didn't really feel like he tried. So maybe when we did the rite of abjuration and he came in through the mark and possessed me in a sense, I guess, yeah. I steeled myself enough to where I was able to control him.
Is this a temporary thing, or is this a long-term situation? And she kind of looks back at the cairn, because I don't think that's going to bode very well.
It's temporary. I made a promise to him to help him with his anger placed towards you and help him figure out his emotions and try to have some sort of peace come about, which will be difficult. But that was what I had to promise in the deal I had to make for him to leave Matthias.
If she eats a handful of silver dollars, we can make this very brief.
I will kind of like exhale and like shake my head. If you want, I can relay what he's saying, but I don't think that would, you know what? Maybe it'll help him. I don't know. He said that if you will eat a handful of silver dollars, that would help.
I'm not doing that. Ray, are you sure this is a good idea? Him being with you constantly, hearing everything, every situation that you're going through?
Well, the thing is, the original deal, he already could do that. He could already see and hear, and basically, I was a walking video camera for him whenever he wanted to look in. So he could already have done that while in Matthias. So this just allows him to speak to me directly while watching.
Yeah, yes, but it seems a little bit more personal now. He can not only watch, but also influence.
I can understand, the worry. I can't tell you definitively whether or not this is going to be the worst mistake I ever made or if this is actually going to help him. I'm trying to help him. And that's the only reason that he's not taking control, probably like he did with Matthias.
Artie says, all right. So, best case scenario, it's just a Statler and Waldorf situation where you've got this guy talking in your head saying all this vitriolic shit with no influence on you whatsoever, just like a running director's commentary. Best case. Worst case, he knows everything you know, sees everything you see, then decides at a certain moment to take you over and tell all our enemies about it? Or spoil whatever good you're going to do?
Yeah, in the worst case. But if what you're saying as the worst case situation, wouldn't he have already been doing that as Matthias?
Well, if he was, it would make a lot of sense as to some of the things that had happened. But he just can't find the words.
Look, I mean, I know it's not the ideal situation.
But you
It's not.
gave him permission to do it. There's difference between struggling and them finding their way to their own machinations on their own, but now you're fully giving them permission to do this, to see all of this on the heels of everything now he probably knows everything that we're up against right now.
I mean, if I'm willing to bet, he probably already knows what we were up against and what we're dealing with and everything that we've dealt with in the past.
She scratches her head and like puts her head down for a moment, looks back up. And we obviously don't want that. So what are we doing?
When I talked with Anna, and he probably knows the full conversation, so it doesn't really matter if I tell you. My plan is to help him work through his anger, work through what's going on, the situation between you and him. And then once that's done, hopefully I can find him a different home. Someplace where he's not going to be taking control of people, and he'll be able to do what he's doing now, watching the show, because that's what he likes to do, but in a controlled environment where he'll be okay.
Okay, but why can't he work through whatever he's working, and she'll just kind of gesture to you, whatever he's working through in a secure home?
Well, my guess would be is if he was somewhere where he couldn't do anything, that's not a appealing option to him. I don't think he wants to work through what he's going through. I think Raymond wants to make him work through what he's going.
He also wouldn't have left Matthias. And if he did, he would have done more damage to Matthias and possibly have destroyed me on the way out too, or hurt me bad. So this was the best outcome. Like, this is what me and Anna talked about.
I'm not saying I don't get it, and I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. But I'm just, I don't know if this is better. But I will humor you for the moment, because as far as I'm concerned, Hashigat and whatever his issues with me is a non-issue. So I'll humor you if that's what we need to do to get him where he needs to be.
Raymond, roll me a composure and resolve as she calls Hashigat a non-issue, and he doesn't like that.
Am I still at 2 rage or 3 rage, or am I?
Yeah. Nothing's been resolved about it.
Two successes.
Okay. From Raymond's mouth comes the words, "I think you're the non-issue, bitch," before he regains control of himself.
So
that's new.
not having any sway that's going well, right?
Hey, I've been only dealing with this for 2 weeks, and he hasn't really had any reason to be exceptionally angry, but you're the source of his anger. And so I'm not surprised he would be able to do something like that.
Can I try and work some of my magic? Artie says, looking to Aspen.
Yeah, she rubs her forehead. Yeah, like I said, Ray, I'm really trying not to be the pooper of the party, but this is a lot.
From my standpoint, and take it if you want, but Hashkid is just a spirit that has fucking issues with you. Pardon my French. And he went so far to hurt you as to take control of your mentor and try and hurt you in every way possible that you could think of. Even taking control of me, in a sense, and marking me was a way of getting back at you. And this is something you need to deal with. And I'm sorry that sounds like I'm pushing you to do this, but you kind of have to, or else he's never going to leave me. He's always going to be angry. He's always going to try to find a way to mess with you and destroy everything you've built. That's what he told me that his goal is. So him being a non-issue is not true.
Okay, so putting all the cards out on the table here as best as we possibly can. Hashkid is mad at Aspen, probably because he's no longer with Lucas, right? Is that pretty simple to say?
Yes.
In layman's terms, just putting it simply, that's where it started, at least, right? That's what we're going back to.
Yeah. It's getting kicked off of Lucas during the ritual and being banished.
Okay. Aspen, there was no way you knew that was going to happen when you asked him to do it. You may have had suspicions or whatever, but you couldn't have known for sure what was going to happen. And at the end of the day, it was Lucas's choice to go through with the ritual. Now, we wouldn't have a Cairn if he hadn't, but because that was the condition, is either we're all in or none of us are in, if I remember correctly. So, I can see, not to this extent, but I can see why he'd be a little bit butthurt about it, because he felt like you gave Lucas no other choice other than the burden of responsibility of being the one who stopped you all from opening the cairn or whatever the case may be. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, ruminating, trying to pick the threads apart of this. Don't get me wrong. I think this is an extreme reaction to all of this, but also spirits can sometimes be like toddlers. No offense, he says, looking to Raymond and holding out a hand. They don't have...
clenches her jaws at the spirits being toddlers. Mm-hmm.
They don't always have the same sensibilities that humans have. That's part of it, right? As we grow up, we get conditioned, we go through the human experience, we learn restraint, that kind of stuff. So it's possible what we're dealing with here is a very angry spirit who doesn't know anything else to be but angry. I think we can all agree on that at the very least. You say he's not going to be satisfied unless he destroys everything that Aspen has built. That is his way of getting even, or apparently her eating silver dollars, which, Hashiget, that's a non-starter. I'm not even going to entertain that idea, but why? Why is that the goal? Why didn't he just possess her? Why didn't he have Matthias try and kill her? Why is he so intent on going around the issue rather than going straight to it? I think, and this is me putting on my therapist hat, he's trying to make her feel what he feels. Suffering, angry, sad, lost. But he wants to be the cause of that feeling, not just have her feel it because of current events or anything like that. He wants to be responsible, as he thinks she was responsible for him feeling that way. But also, what if he's just jealous? What if he feels excluded and not a part of it? And jealous toddlers usually try to wreck whatever thing they're jealous of. If somebody's playing with a toy, a new toy, the jealous kid will break the toy. Because they want it, but they can't just take it. They're told that's wrong.
How is Hoshkit reacting to Artie speaking?
He is definitely seething at the moment, but he seems to be paying very little attention to anything Artie is saying. Kind of like fingers in the ears, blah, 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 blah. So,
Okay.
sure. Aspen,
I hear what you're saying.
Go on.
But I think for that to even be the case, there would need to be some sort of trust in that scenario, which was what the problem was in the first place.
Yeah. Absolutely. And he has not, so far, done a great deal to ensure any kind of trust. But from the sounds of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Raymond, he trusted enough to allow you to take him out of Matthias, to take him on personally, which in some ways could be beneficial. He gets to be closer to the action, more directly involved. But like you said, he could have already done that anyway and still had all the power and influence and annoyingly good looks that Matthias has. You're good looking too. Don't take it too bad, but you've got like that corn-fed farm boy quality going on. Regardless, why would he have given up, like you said, a very advantageous position if there wasn't something that convinced or encouraged him to? Because while I believe, Raymond, you could do a lot of damage if he were to get control of all your faculties, let's be real, he did a great deal more as Matthias already, potentially. We don't have any proof on that, but it's a pretty solid guess. Why? Why would he give that up when he can have both?
I mean, you raise a good point. At the time, I didn't really think about that specific point. I was mainly thinking about trying to complete my mission and save Matthias. But when I talked with him and I I guess, convinced him to move. I connected with him. Like, maybe that's what he wanted, was just someone to understand and connect with him. And then when I did that, that's what allowed him to trust me and move.
Maybe. But let's take it a step further back from that. He knew you were coming to expel him from Matthias, and yet he sat there and waited. When he could have packed up his bags and left, assuming he could see and hear and know everything you see, hear, and know. He didn't run. Sounds like he didn't fight. At least not too hard. Why? Again, why? Either there's a really clever master plan, ulterior motive going on here, or maybe we're starting to rub up against the edge of what he actually wants. Maybe through your conversations with him, or maybe through seeing what you're seeing, this is getting him closer to that.
Well, to go back to what I guess you mentioned earlier, you said that he feels like he was excluded. He wanted to be a part of what was happening, what was going on with Lucas. Maybe he wanted to be a part of what was going on with the cairn. And that's what we're currently doing right now. Building a cairn. So the thing that he was excluded from and rejected from, he has the opportunity to do it all over again and actually be a part of it.
Now, the cairn we opened that led to this whole mess was a very non-traditional deal and clearly had some non-traditional side effects. But if I know correctly from working with Joseph, cairns usually, part of the building process is creating havens for them. Little pockets that they can take refuge in and therefore supply some of the energy and protection to the cairn. I don't know how that all works. I'm not a theurge, but I remember Joseph setting up these little fairy hovels effectively all throughout the original cairn. Maybe that's what he wants, is a home? Or maybe he wants to ruin it. Could go either way, really.
I mean, I feel like it's the former. I mean, from what's been described and what happened, you took his home away from him. Lucas was his home, and then he got ejected from it. Now he was theoretically homeless. So he found that home in Matthias, figured out that, using Matthias to hurt Aspen, which is who he's directing his anger at, was the best choice and option. Because, when I talked with him and I made the deal, I did give him the choice of a home.
Now I'm going to put the therapist hat back on here and try to remember the Ray part of all this. She didn't force him out. Lucas decided to do the ritual. This is an important part for you, Raymond, to understand, because if he is influencing you, he's going to make you start thinking that she was forced him out, and she didn't. She didn't. He thinks she did, or blames her for it. So I'm just trying to make sure Raymond is still Raymond and still has Raymond's thoughts through this process, because he's going to try to convince you otherwise. if that's his ulterior motive, is to turn people. Now, the question I have for you, Raymond, are you willing to bet the good of this sept on that? The good of the whole new nation on that belief that he just wants a home?
That was my question.
Aw, babe.
I mean, when you put it like that, I would be putting a lot on the line to help Oshkot and help him resolve what's going on. But at the same time, don't people and spirits and everything, like, we've been going through a lot and second chances have been made for people and spirits, and they've grown and changed and become better for it. And Oshkot's done a lot. He's done a lot of bad things. He's hurt a lot of people, but if what you said is true, and that's what Anna said, was that he is young, he's throwing a tantrum, he's directing it at Aspen. And so if I can help him figure out that tantrum, figure out that feeling, and help him, helping the spirit become better would be a good thing, right?
I agree. He's done a lot of bad. That's for sure. But if it helps, be a real big hypocrite if I said no. I just worry about the security of it with everything right now. And if he's another adversary in that, that's something that we really, really, really need to think about. And unfortunately, I don't have a way of knowing that. That's on you, Raymond.
Well, I understand. And I mean, there's already some, I guess, form of protection against him already. I mean, I can't even get close to the cairn. So any damage or anything that would be done to, the main cairn probably won't be able to do much of anything. But like I said, like when we first started having the conversation, this is not an ideal situation, but it's a situation that I'm in now, and I have to try to figure something out.
I think we can both agree, or all three of us can agree, that none of this has been ideal, but you did what was asked of you, and you got Matthias cleansed. So I'm going to give you your just desserts for that. Like, you did the job. So good job, Raymond. You took care of it. Another question is, can you keep doing what's being asked of you by the sept, by your pack, while also maintaining this other element? Because I've been learning a good deal about Bane tenders since that's become a thing, and it's usually a very solitary position. They usually are kind of outsiders in their own right because of the vulnerabilities that they have, the risks they're taking in their activities. And I wouldn't consider Eliza's experience as the typical Bane tender experience, but is that something you think you can handle? And I want you to be completely honest with yourself and with us, because it's a really important thing, because the sept is more than just this cairn. It's you. It's your pack. It's the cairn you're trying to build. It's this whole city.
I'll think for a moment. The entire time I was dealing with the Matthias situation and Hoshkit and everything, I was still doing my duties and still helping my pack. And with the new cairn, I was doing the cairn duties here when asked of me. I was still able to perform and do what was asked of me. This situation is different, but I believe that I can. But your worries, I also am worried about it. I want to talk with Eliza and see what advice she has and anything that she has to say about it. But I haven't. You all just got back, and this is pretty new, and I'm trying to figure it out. So I haven't had a chance to talk with her. But I believe I can continue to do what needs and what's asked of me.
Is there a way you could ask him for me if the stipulations of our deal could change?
I assume Hoshkit is like ignoring already a bit, but like hyper focused on Aspen. So I will kind of internally question and like, Hoshkit?
What is she willing to give me?
Hoshkit, if you want to figure this out and you want to not be angry anymore, then obviously Aspen has to help. And technically, per the deal, Aspen can't help. So if we change the deal and allow the Sept to help figure this out with me, it'll allow you to figure this all out quicker, better, and less messy. It'll be better in the long run. So why does a deal or something need to be given to help you? Because that's what she's asking, is just to help you better.
Doesn't want to help me. She wants to help her Sept. This isn't about me. This is about her precious nation.
Well, remember what you said earlier. I am part of the Sept, and you are part of me. So it's us. So unfortunately, she may have to bite the bullet, and helping the Sept means helping you too.
All right. Here's the new terms. If she doesn't want me interfering, if she wants truly to help, then she has nothing to be afraid of what I'm about to offer. If anything happens to you, or I am forcefully removed, who's next?
After a bit, I will kind of look up at the two. So originally he asked what you were willing to give him to change the deal. I talked with him, and he said that if you are truly willing to help, then you will accept the new terms. And the new terms he stated were, if anything were to happen to me, or he was forcibly ejected from me, then you're next. If you can agree to that, then he'll allow people of the Sept to help.
Absolutely not. No, that's ridiculous, Aspen. No.
Just hold on. She'll look at Artie. Raymond. I accept that. Because I understand. If I have no intentions of doing any harm, and to put you in harm's way, or to even put Hashagut in harm's way if you can keep him under control. What really needs to be done here is for all of us, she'll look at Artie again, to know that we're secure here. And we can't do that if one of us is a monolith. And to that, I could give him an olive branch if he's willing to listen. I'll talk to the spirits here, and I'll talk to our warder and see if we can't grant some access.
You know, he could just have Raymond walk into an inferno and die, and he gets control of you and the Sept.
I understand, and she'll turn and look Artie right in the eyes and put her hand on his cheek. But just like you said, if he wanted that, he would have done it already.
What better way than now? Maybe he's playing the long game. Maybe this is exactly what he wants.
And if that's his intention, tell him he can jump to me right now. He can take me over, if that's what he really wants.
Wide eyes and a little shocked at that. Does it feel like Hoshkit is like, yeah, let's go, let's do it right now? Like,
you definitely detect a shudder of pleasure at the notion of that, but he does not move. Like, it's very tempting.
So that there was a tempting reaction, but he's not moving.
Why?
Internally speaking to Hashkid, why aren't you accepting that offer?
I don't know. She's tricky, that one. And I am weakened here by this terrible place.
Can I roll insight on that, on him?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll wits and insight.
Does my motives specialty come into play?
Yes.
Seven with a crit.
He is being offered both things that he wants. One, an opportunity to maybe be accepted, an opportunity at redemption, a long road of potentially getting everything he ever wanted. Or the quick solution of burning her down to get his revenge. He's struggling with that, but not struggling enough to be impulsive, because it is kind of a crossroads for him. Yeah, he could jump right into her and then make her life a living hell directly. And he was given the opportunity to do so. But he doesn't trust it. And what he said about not being strong enough is true. He is weakened here. So he's kind of split on the issue right now, which is why he's not acting. Because both could get him something he wants, one quicker than the other. But also, her offering this doesn't make sense to him. He's very taken aback and confused by this opportunity. He thought he had the upper hand by saying that she'd be next, and then she turns around and offers it now?
Yeah. Like I said, he's very tempted by that offer, but I think he also wants to continue with what I'm offering.
He can hear me, yes?
Yeah, he can hear both of you.
Hashigat, I know that if you were to jump into me right now, you'd be satisfied. You'd get absolutely what you want. I won't even say what you think you want. It's what you want. And that could happen, and you could get everything you want, or the people around me, the community that I have, will make sure that any of your machinations don't come to be, even if that is killing me, even if that is taking me out, because there's something bigger here. There's a bigger community here with all of us. And I think that's what you want access to, is the community here with all of us. And by jumping into me and all of that happening, you would be proving what you have so much said that I have falsely assumed about you. Or I can make sure you get access here and become a part of this with all of us. And the only reason I wanted to change the stipulations of our deal was so that you could see the community and we all could help you get what you want together. Because that's what we do here.
Aspen, roll me a charisma and persuasion.
Okay.
I will say no favor, obviously. You can't use it anyway, even if you wanted to. And beauty does not apply.
Random question really quick. Because she's kind of reasserting what I said when I made the deal. Could this, now hearing her say it, could it compound of it's reasserting what I said? It's not just me saying it.
Yes, if Aspen is being 100% honest about it. If there are no reservations or no doubts. If that's the case, then yes, you can take an additional die from Raymond's success earlier.
Yeah, she's trying to go about it a different way. She's trying to not be the person that says my way is the best way and I know best. She's trying to move away from that now.
Okay.
Five.
You can hear the slow hissing of Hashigat in your mind, Raymond, as he ponders the idea of it, as he lets her words soak in.
with one stipulation. She's not next. He is.
My eyes will go wide again, and I'll just look to the ground and shake my head. He has one stipulation, and it kind of changes what he said originally. And I'll kind of look between the two with a face of, I'm sorry. He's saying it's not going to be Aspen who's next if he's ejected or if it's something happens to me. And then I'll slowly turn to Artie. He says, you're next.
Artie chuckles and shakes his head. What a fucking asshole.
Aspen straightens up, just closes her eyes and shakes her head.
I'm willing. I'd rather it was me than you. But I also know that you feel the same way. But I would do the least amount of damage to the place. I mean, it's not like this is a technological wonderland that he could fuck up. And if we're right, it won't matter anyway.
You see that kind of like she was really, really okay with putting her face in Raymond, but this kind of changes, and you see her falter and get really vulnerable in a space that she's not really used to, and she turns to Artie. Do you think it's the right call?
I was an outcast most of my life. I was a lone guru who didn't know what being a guru even was. That all changed when I met you. And what we're building here is bigger than either one of us. And if something were to happen, regardless, we wouldn't get our ending. That's for certain. Do I think it's the right call? Does it even matter? Realistically, it's a gamble either way. We leave him in Raymond, we don't make the deal, and who knows what he does. What he's already been doing.
But it does matter to me. I need to know that you trust me in this.
I trust you in everything. I think, no offense, Hashigat, desperate toddler will say and do the things that they think will hurt the person the most, or scare them, or upset them. So I think this is his lash out, because you did call his bluff. But that also tells me that he could have had everything he wanted and he faltered. He could have made the condition that you go further away from the cairn, and he didn't. And the question just keeps popping up in my head, why? If this is really a long game, a long machination, then we were never going to beat him. He's just too good. But I really think He's just another broken toy looking for a place to call home. And we've got a lot of those.
She smiles, like a half smirk on the corner of her mouth, but still kind of thinking through things. You know, I always thought I would be really good with kids, but everything we've been through, start to finish, they really try your patience, don't they?
Yeah, but this is where we say the stereotypical parent thing of our kids won't be like that.
Right, exactly. She keeps the smirk, but looks over to Raymond more seriously. You trust yourself to do this?
I'm already this far deep. And probably 6 months ago, I wouldn't have trusted myself to do something like this. But I've learned a lot, and I think I can do this.
Okay. Use your pack to help you. Tell him what's really going on with everything. And I'll put in a good word to Delphine about that whole shame thing.
Now take his hand and shake on it.
Internally, shake Artie's hand.
Yes. He's next after all.
Okay. Ashkid agrees, and I will get up from my rock and kind of walk over to Artie and hold out my hand. He says we got to shake on it.
Cool, I'm getting branded too. Love this for me.
Welcome to the club.
Well, you know that I'm putting faith in you. So, don't make me regret it. And he takes your hand. And after a moment, almost like a searing smelling of burning flesh emanates off of Artie's arm. And he now too has the same kind of brand you have. He kind of pulls his hand back after shaking yours and rolls up his sleeve, revealing it as it's kind of puckered and blistered around the edge. Well, we're in it now.
Yeah, we're definitely making a trip to Eliza to make sure that that's not more than what we've agreed on.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I've been dealing with a lot of the Sept's inner demons lately. I don't think that's something I want to be giving access to. It breaks HIPAA.
She just was really serious, and then he always manages to break her serious nature, and she smirks and shakes her head.
I will also crack a smile at that.
Determination is a powerful thing. It comes from within, but has the ability to affect everything around it. Determination built the pyramids. Determination tore down the Berlin Wall. But determination has also unleashed a great orange evil on the world. Determination can do wonderful and terrible things if you let it. It's always a gamble. Let's just hope this time it's the right one. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. Our final scene takes place in the city of Tampa, as all our scenes usually do. But this time, we find ourselves in yet again another strip mall, as the area is littered with them from tip to tail. But in this particular strip mall, we find an abandoned storefront with a big for lease sign and black grease paint over the windows, as if construction is being done inside, or at least the opportunity for it is. Inside, we see 3 figures. One of them is a man in a biker vest with the word Mongolian Raiders on the back. The other is a man with a punk hairdo, dyed, wearing a fur coat. And the third is Ethan. They look to one another as they discuss something we can't hear as we're looking through some of the gaps in that grease paint over the windows. And as Ethan gives them a nod, they both drop into lupus form and go running out the back door. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below. Join our community by following the Discord link and sign up for the Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes features, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session. We're back and better than ever, so go check out Red Tide Rising this Sunday. Tune in to Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday, and we'll be back with another episode of Hellhounds next Friday. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.